Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Checking your other.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 3 in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. And Mo, I'm sorry if I'm dragging ass a little bit, but I had friends over last night, and we did a bad thing. You know, when you're watching a case and it's kind of straightforward, we are gonna end date today, and then expert said, "But where's the blood?"
Yeah, that's well, as soon as you said it this morning, I went back because I'm not, it's very, that must have been some quicker picker upper gauze right there. I would like a coupon to that gauze because if it can clean as well as it did, I'm gonna need it for my house.
Yeah, and again, forget the ninja moves and forget it. The bullet went through her, punched holes all over inside of her, and landed in a curtain. And it's just kind of turned the curtain a little bit around, but there was no blood. He's standing in front of it. Your body is a pressure system, unless you are the Vicene case victim where she had a blood pressure of 0/20 and a heart rate of 9. But you know, some women can, I feel cold, even if it's 86 degrees outside.
Okay, I am a medical weirdo, so my blood pressure does go down to 78/50, but my heart rate doesn't go below 50. So
No, I didn't. That's the big problem. And yeah, a little more volume would be, but
okay, how is this?
that's better. No, the shell casing wasn't the one in the curtain. Wasn't it the bullet fragment? I believe it's the bullet fragment. So, I don't know. I sat up, I got up at 4 to do the show after 3.5 hours streaming because I was also talking to people about what happened yesterday. And so I didn't really get any sleep. And then I was like, oh, luckily for me, the expert had said, okay. And then Crazy Amy came on. Then Valhalla was, why don't I get invited? I'm the princess here. And then he came on and we ended up streaming 2.5 hours. And then, you know how the
Did we
green
ever figure
rooms.
out how she was able to tap rack twice, but still
Expert
not
claims it
have?
can't be done. Valhalla claims it can't be done. And Crazy Amy, who uses the same model, claims it can't be done. But I don't think... do we think she will take the stand? Yes. They said that in opening statements. And King Bob's Queen, she just adjusted her mic a little bit. We'll try and do it as good as possible. The program should make us equal. And Iris says, good morning, Baker. Hello again, Mo. I love your channel. This morning was my first time visiting. I had so much fun. Exactly.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to say. Well, thank you so much for visiting.
Thank you.
I hope
Sorry.
you really enjoyed the program this morning. This is what I do every morning, and more people should come over and try watching it. Today, we talked about a man who everyone fell in love with when they saw his mugshots and how people kind of ruined his time in prison because they just took up all his visiting hours. We talked about, what was the story after that? That was
Thank you, Baker. I'm instituting a new rule with Youngest Most Feral as he is in with being my co-host, so he has to raise his hand. So I have a over here. So I was trying to remember what I did this morning while I'm being quiet. Sorry.
No, I'm just trying to hype you up a little bit. And of course, everyone should go watch Mo in the morning. Get your news without all the BS, Botox, and boob jobs that you get on the major TV news. Don't I have those photographs? All of the photographs is in my Discord. I spent 2.5 hours yesterday looking at them. I think I'll burn down looking at them again because not that it makes any sense, but Mo, why did you make me do this?
Why do you have toe photographs? I thought we were friends.
Oh, yeah. Mo also talked about a man who liked toes this morning who's going to prison. His bunkmate, if he's up a bunk, is going to find out he liked toes.
How do you explain to your bunkmate that you got 6 years for breaking in to suck on a lady's toes?
Why did you get? This is allegedly where the second round went through her and then went in and spiraled in to the curtain. Really pristine white curtain. And she has stood within a couple of feet in front of it.
Yeah, none of this is making sense. Because we have to believe that she was doing a triple sow cow into like Brian Boitano either over the bed or was Chuck Norris. None of this makes sense.
No, and this is what I got stuck on. And then we sat in the green room for another 2 hours talking after. It was so bad at 4 a.m. I told Valhalla, you need to get to bed because the Valkyrie's going to yell at me because he has family and they're going to Dollywood today. I said, I'm just going to get another beer. Valhalla, you're going to bed. No, let's talk. No.
So they found the one spent bullet that went into the air conditioning.
They never found the one in the air condition, yes.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I'm also having mixed feelings about the judge seeing the house because he seems kind of the opinion that he doesn't need to see the house. At least he kind of kept saying, like, you guys, I've seen the pictures. I understand how small it is. So I am getting worried that with the extraneous stuff that he keeps letting in, I don't know.
It could also be that he's like, yeah, I'm going to filter it out.
That too. I am generally of two minds about anything that I'm thinking about. So I did think of that, but I need someone other than me saying the opposite side.
That's why, again, expert, you know him. He doesn't know what's going on a good day. And I thought I'll just bring him in and talk about the functioning of, because as everyone knows, he doesn't own any firearms and is a very big proponent for anti-Second Amendment. But I thought maybe he can tell me the rack slide, pull slide, pull slide, right. And we ended up discussing that for about an hour, and both him and Crazy Amy were just, it makes no sense. No way you do whatever they claim she did. And I misunderstood because I was watching Ronkel, and Ronkel said the tap rack bang. That's not what Nunan showed us. He showed us a tap rack and then back on target, which isn't a tap rack, because what Ronkel showed you was a tap rack boom. That is to keep your, if it's you are like a speed shooter or something like that, you will use that technique. But he did show a more modified version. And then I'm thinking, I found my measuring tape. She pulls the pew out after she went to Narnia.
Yes.
Came out of Narnia and stood 1 feet This is the distance from his noggin to where the end of the pew-pew was. It says click. And he does nothing till she's 15 feet away. He draws his weapon. This to me is very, very unbelievable that you don't do this.
Yeah, here's my problem with all of this. And thank you so much, Mel Klump, for the super chat. You get a flame note from the Flaming Dumpster Fire note box. Thank you so much. Much love to all the feral ones circling Mo. I have custody of the youngest most feral. I tend to take custody of him so everyone else can be safe from Pester.
Oh, I'm nice to the expert. I didn't yell at him. I yelled at Valhalla and told him to go to bed. That's what I do.
Here's where I also have a problem with it, Baker. Now, my dad was full life military, he was always deployed. He pays attention to where people are in a room. You're telling me this man was on high security details and he didn't have that kind of instinctual kind of awareness. And it's not something that I notice my father doing consciously. He just has that awareness. And maybe not everyone who has lifetime military or kind of service details does that, but I would think that would be something that would be ingrained in you.
That's actually one of the things that I notice when I'm out with other people. I'll go and say, "Oh, there's a new Spider-Man movie coming out," and if I walk with my brother, he says, "How do you know?" Because there's a billboard right over there. Why the hell don't you see that billboard? When I drove around with my ex-wife, who also was former military, I would always be in wonderment why she couldn't find any directions because, oh, there's that church, there's that weird-looking tree, there's the power line. So you always had those. I don't know if it's because you're just taking things in differently or something, but I just have a hard time understanding. Again, he said I had my eyes on her the entire time. And I'm just saying if, he didn't do as he said, I was a shield for her not to run down and pew, pew, pew everyone downstairs because she was on a murderous rage and she was yelling. But instead, he was, what's happening downstairs? And she snuck away. He turns around and she goes click. And then he starts pewing. That story makes so much more sense.
Yeah, it makes sense that I'm a police officer. I turn around, turn back over, and she has a weapon in her hands. There is no talking after that. I assume that this is a deadly, again, she could have been mid, back to her head, but that makes so much more sense. And it doesn't need to be, an issue because if she was halfway to her head, he doesn't know if she's bringing her hand up to go to her head or go. There was a simple explanation with, I think, microdots, or you were showing me that video where she could have been mid raising her arm up. He could have been seeing her mid raising her arm up. Basically, both stories are true, but they're perceiving
Yeah, she
it
could be
differently.
both a little bit pregnant and a little bit not pregnant is kind of the idea. But that only works if he admits, I was looking downstairs because I could hear voices get elevated. I was afraid something would happen. What he did say was,
I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I love who she's just, what the fuck? Right?
I think I was standing in her way.
You know what struck me about that, though, was how differently we perceive this based on how we feel about the defendant. Because I think if you're watching like the Corey Richins closings, those faces she was making, I think everyone wanted to launch off their chairs. Like if she wonders why she was found guilty, it was her face. But
Yeah,
then
but I
when we're
don't feel she's overly agitated in the face.
No, that's what I'm saying. It comes across so much differently, and I think that there will be entire classes kind of composed to defendant optics in legal class or legal schools going forward, because I think this is a case where she has a lot of goodwill. There are incredibly different fact patterns where this is seen as a humanizing thing, whereas Corey Richens was seen as egotistical and smug. And I think that more defense attorneys need to be very aware of how their clients are perceived.
Thank you, Mel Klump, for $10 super chat. And thank you, sir. You're my favorite Dutch baker. Always happy to be a Dutch oven for anyone. But I think you're right. And I think that's why you kind of like you saw in the Johnny Depp case and other cases, you tell them, take notes, paint, draw, do whatever you need to look at a piece of paper and not sit there and say, come on, what? That didn't happen. Like in the Afro Man case where they started yelling at each other. I think it's really... And we know defense lawyers will tell them, try to look occupied. So you don't... Because I have the face of a Scandinavian. You have the face of an Italian woman. So I will just sit here. This is the happiest day in my life. I have never been more overcome with joy. And you will.
I know. I always say you're damned if you do, damned if you don't as a defendant. But it is interesting for me for 50,000 to kind of, we appreciate it in this defendant because we're on her side, but we really don't like it in. So it's more of just a human cat kind of thing.
The virtual juror says the Richens jurors that have spoken out, at least the ones I've seen, have said they didn't take note of her face. We have much better angles to see Corey. And I think that could also maybe be the thing. We sway our persuasion for, if you watch it on a commentary channel, if it depends on what look you have on it. I think we all know body language is bullshit, but it's still some of the biggest channels in the true crime community because people like magic, and of course you can tell by looking at someone doing this. That's clearly murderous intent, not that, I just farted and I had to sneak one out. So people will sit there because you get a little effing bored when you sit here for 7.5 hours like yesterday. And you sit and start looking at, that looks weird. I don't like that face. So, yeah, it's...
Yeah, 90% of my commentary is me noticing weird stuff when I'm supposed to be paying attention.
Her facing was facing all over that courtroom.
Yeah, her face was full caps, underlined, and bold.
Remember what they said about Karen's expressions? We were right there with her in incredulous expressions everywhere. But I think it's also, if you watch this trial with me, you will, of course, get the best unbiased commentary and the greatest expressions by Mo. I will touch the buttons. If you go over on Untwisted Tragedies, you'll get someone who can barely spell I, who will sit and say, Bradel. Bradel, he's...
Let's just say I'm speaking right now to 5 different attorneys, and every single one of them are from different states, okay? And every single one of them said that they're fucking embarrassed for what happened. Like, Beto should feel embarrassed and also negligent. Like, you didn't file a motion, dude. Like, come on. Like, that's embarrassing as fuck, number one. Number two is arguments were nowhere near legal arguments. Like, all of it's like innuendo, speculation, and things that are completely irrelevant to the case itself.
I love that Chris Christopherson, roughly 1975, had said, "No, I don't need to. Islands in the stream. That is what we are." I'm going to
see. I was going Mickey Rourke.
Pre-operation Mickey Rourke.
Pre-op Mickey Rourke. Or post-op Katie Lang. I can't quite figure it out, but I'm also kind of upset that she took the 2 buns because that's kind of a thing I do, and I feel offended that she added a. If you have the space buns, why are you adding a headband?
Oh, I don't have that clip where she talks about how people from all over the world calls her to get her makeup tips. And at the same time, she kind of looks like what I wouldn't say her a corn star in a 70s movie. One of those who will be in the background, the one where the fist is missing and they do the weird stuff with the foot. Her makeup kind of looks like that. But I've actually done a lot of makeup. She has done everything in the world. The only thing she never really talks about is that she used to be a stripper up and down the highway in Massachusetts. And I'm just saying, I've seen some of you Massachusetts women. You are lovely women. But if that's what you put in your strip clubs to entice men, you better lock up your cows at night.
Well, first of all, if I ever was a dancer, like if I ever danced in public and people paid me money, I would be shouting that crap out because my hips don't lie. They just stutter in Morse code. So I'd be like, oh, someone paid me to dance.
If the verdict came down in the insulin case, we changed the trial, and she was found guilty on all counts in the insulin case. Another case I don't get. Oh, that's not what I want.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 25th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court.
Hey, Jamie.
Calling the criminal matter of Hummel versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James Capitosi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Timothy Brayley, Your Honor, for Ms. Fitzsimmons, Healy, Mr. Leonard, and Ms. Sasser with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. So I wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One is on the view. I've decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury trial. And that is that I intend to order a bus and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant will all travel together on that bus like we do during a jury trial along with our court officers. I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that whatever escort or whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting I don't get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, or whenever you folks work it out. Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus scheduled. But we do have a reservation-ish right now, it reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the viewing and return to the courtroom, et cetera. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access or whatever, not access, but the public attending, crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. And it occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way, but do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right. So, and then the last thing is administratively is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that would be the most efficient way. And then lastly, scheduling. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Sergeant David Strong, please.
Is that the officer who went to the hospital? That's going to be the last witness?
I don't know. Would the medical examiner need to come in?
No, has no bearing on anything. We're not finding out if she got shot. We're finding out if it was a good shot.
Fair point.
So we don't need any of the technical. Maybe you would like a crime scene
Raise your right hand. You
to show where she
solemnly
was,
swear
but
that
we
the
don't need it.
testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
Can
nothing
someone
but the
talk
truth,
to
help you God.
what he's doing?
Good.
I have Mo and I have prepared a statement after seeing that. Mo and I in no way condone the use of the Roman salute in the Massachusetts courtroom. We know it's historical use and don't condone it. Jamie's fine with it.
Yeah, no. Why has
No,
no
I
one
just
ever
looked
told
up
him
and I'm
this
like-
looks terrible?
Like, why does he gotta have his hand so oddly like in the air like that? Like,
And he's
why can't you just hold it up like normal people? Like, just bend at the elbow. Hold up
just
your
a little?
hand.
Yeah, just do the don't do the full erect. But on
Maybe
behalf
he has
of
pickleball elbow. He has an
Yeah.
injury. He's on sick list.
He can't bend his elbow.
but just on behalf of Mo and I, Jamie is absolutely fine with it.
Listen, I'm fine with a lot of
Pull
things.
yourself right up to that mic.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts
Nothing.
State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the state police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the state police detective unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And
I don't know.
as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as
Audio is very unstable. It pops from ear to ear. It goes up and down. I don't want to take it up louder because you just get a lot more hissing.
officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025.
Oh, is this the cop who does the cover-ups? Oh, that could be.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, where we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes,
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
and a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes.
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
Sergeant Strong, I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No,
to these?
Your Honor, not
Okay.
those today.
All right, so let's just have them marked.
Why is she so slow? We just opened and what? Who?
I don't know. They have been ill prepared.
I have more of a problem with her boots. I hate those boots.
Yeah.
I was wearing them yesterday. They look terrible with that outfit. They look terrible yesterday too.
Yes.
Yeah.
97, Sergeant Strong. Do you
That's where
recognize
I'm
the
at.
photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
What? No, now there's 2?
Is the firearm case the black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them?
What? Yesterday there was one firearm in the black case that no one really knew what came from. And there was a box on top of this that he said, yeah, that was on top of it. Now we are saying she went to Narnia, opened up the box, retrieved one of these firearms, stood up and pointed the gun at him, and he didn't know. Welcome back, not Stock Mo.
I was waving my hand so you would know which one's me. Mr. Mo will be looking at that today.
But now we have the box open.
Well,
what's going on?
And I thought that it was the orange box on top of the green chest where she got the weapon, not the green chest under the orange box.
One is Nunan's, but it's not both of. If it's 2 service weapons, they should be the same. And why isn't the slide lock back on this one if it's secured? Because one of them is secured with the slide lock back. The other one, you can pill it up and shoot if it's loaded. Let's listen.
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed. Okay.
Showing you Exhibit 98. What's depicted in Exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was.
This is another gun box than the one from yesterday.
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other two firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were two firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Sergeant, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
What? Again, they let her walk around, and she had 4 firearms
And do
in
you know
that
what
area.
happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
Yeah, now there's 3 plus the one they secured from the scene. Her service weapon is outside in the black box, but there's 3 more.
Yeah.
So we have 4
Yeah.
plus
I
Nunan's.
thought,
Because hers is a Glock. These were 3 6 hours, even though one of them looked like a 1911.
are they Justin's? But I thought Justin got all of his weapons out.
He went in that box because it was his grandfather's box the day before. But again, then where were that gun case? And why didn't they look in her? Now they have her with 4 loaded weapons in close vicinity that she has access to, and no one has checked any fucking thing in a house where they're there to get the weapons.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well?
sir.
And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
We Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and then I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene?
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably.
Yeah, approximately.
And then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was the What happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line of the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. Would it be in the?
No, I'm talking about, is it one of those handles you'll get if you were in a special unit, so you'll put it on to show it, or is it just, hey, I like Punisher movies, I put the Punisher skull on it?
The street, so the
sidewalk or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Nunan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Nunan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Okay. Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder Officer Nunan, correct?
Basis. What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Why? How is that relevant to me as the fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
all right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, that's it, Judge, just for those issues. Thank you.
Yes.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date? I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
Okay. And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Nunan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North Andover Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay. And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing, though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying? from your body camera?
You mean interview?
Yes, I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you, Aaron.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Nunan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Yes.
Come on.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest that has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up.
Yes.
And it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I am not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
It's very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Yeah, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Yes, take your time.
Or midnight.
Trooper Strong. Trooper Strong, what time did you get back with the warrant?
I believe it was before midnight.
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I write the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
Writes a search warrant.
Were you using Braille?
We're going out chopping wood and making the pencil.
Then you, what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Rob DeMeo.
The Gubatosi was at the scene. Oh.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out?
Yeah, it took 2 hours writing it with DA Gubatosi standing right next to him, so he could help him. But nah, 2 hours to write. Hey, we just had an officer shooting. Can we search the premises?
Yeah, you would think it would be fairly straightforward.
Yeah, well, you have the decision. Is it French Canadian today? Is it Swahili? I have to go get some Dunkin' as well. It is Massachusetts. They need their Dunkin'.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And so what time did you go in the house?
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes, take your time.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Isn't it a cop's job to recall? Well, this is what's commonly known as defense dementia. Every time the defense asks a question, you can't remember.
Recross, sorry, redirect.
Just one issue. Sergeant Starr,
See, Jamie, the boot game is on fleck again today.
No, she looks like she is a prison guard for Buchenwald or
Treblinka.
Treblinka. I mean, yeah, why must every female try to dress up like
It is
Amber
ugly.
Isn't it riding boots? Because there's no heel on it. I think I did take riding lesson when I was a kid, and we had boots like this, I remember.
I mean, boots like that are fine, but you don't wear them with that outfit. You wear them
Yeah,
like
it looks like you're
over-
going to muck a stall. Like those, they look like Wellingtons to me. They look like, boots you put on so you keep your nice boots clean. They don't look like professional boots. But I'm not big on the girl thing. I'd much rather be comfortable. So
Yeah, I'm a tennis shoe girl, so.
were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes.
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
It would.
Yeah, Brooks?
Yes.
Good question, Lisa.
Direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrant?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
That's still five and a half hours after he
I'm
arrived.
sorry?
No questions.
Okay.
No,
just
4.5,
for
5 hours.
clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial officials.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Your
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, can you call your next witness?
Commonwealth rests.
All right, Commonwealth rests.
I still don't see a state of mind they wanted to prove.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
There is, Judge.
Okay.
I'll stand on the papers.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I received it via email.
All right, defendant's motion for required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it. All right, and Mr. Bradle, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the papers.
Okay, all right, the motion is denied.
No surprise in that.
And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. Maureen Teresi. Should be outside.
Maureen Teresi.
Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that.
Oh, this is Nunan's neighbor. Cool. Good defense. Good
May I inquire,
defense.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Teresi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess.
That's
I
an
guess
old
I'm
mom.
retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging, design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Nunan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is
a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I'd spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just I had a razzing relationship with him.
What?
Just regarding things going on in the world.
Razzing?
And
She'd
so
bust his chops.
what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever. And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What? He said, I'm the shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
did he use any
he said
certain,
that,
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her? What did he call it?
What did he call her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that
That's not good statements.
Yeah, these aren't
it
good.
clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay. And he said that she's an effing, whack job.
So was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection. Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
After the conversation that we had had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
That Mike Crawford, that I
Reinford.
knew was in contact with the defense, and because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yep.
You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan, Teresi, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can I put your own-
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from Mike.
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, it looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Right.
I reposted that.
You reposted that.
Yes.
But what did you repost?
I can't see it. What's the context of Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
Second, please,
What
please.
is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice, anything more than to just, I have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Kubatosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Kubatosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no.
Okay,
From
Ms.
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state line or lives.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
I can't read it either for the record. So. A lot of sleep.
Well, I would go and check, but Mike has me blocked.
E for identification.
Okay, all right, now, I guess my question for Mr. Kubatosi is, why would the, putting it on the screen,
I just want
allow
her
it to be
see
more legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should
Okay.
object to it.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So, you can, put it on the screen, she can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can-
August 10.
You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Brado of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement, I'll let you get back at them.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I can
something,
read it from
but.
here, the big.
Okay.
Right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. Says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client, North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, so you reposted the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, may I
what do you-
put you again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
I'm just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name. And yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Well,
Hold on one second. Let's mark it for ID, please.
Well, again, this is 10 days before he acted sus, but why? I had a guy getting killed over here. I'm commenting on that.
Yeah, it's in her locality.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too. Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
A setup from the get-go.
And that's not a cover-up, you idiot.
And
Yeah.
tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then
Correct.
you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So a cover-up.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm gonna show you something else. I'm sorry. I don't have a copy of this.
Let's have that mark on your way out. Thanks.
Oh,
Besides,
it's right, Joel.
Yeah, but Nunan admitted to the comment, so I don't.
It's to
This would
show
be
she
m-
went to the defense and tried to sell it.
It would be more impactful on a jury trial.
Can you?
Honestly,
If
I
she's-
don't really
she's-
know what the point of her is, in my opinion, because it's not
Well,
that.
it's just to bring in that Nunan called her a whack job and said she was
Yeah.
fucking insane. But,
But
if Kelsey walks free, I will bet you I would bet you a tip pick to $1 that he will be doing all the rounds talking about how he saved her, and I will take the $1 in super chats, and you can get the tip picks in your DMs.
First look at it and see if you recognize it.
Sure.
okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the
Thank you so much, Gun Balanced Equation. For the church funds, the pews will need polishing. They will.
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page about it?
the post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows. As all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
I have nothing else.
I have responded to that as well.
Redirect.
We need to try to get her on the show. I
Yeah,
love her.
Marissa is trying to book her right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, TC
Marissa.
Mail-In, for the swear jar.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Lauren?
So that's Mama.
Solemnly swear that the testimony is to help.
To the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer,
It's Maureen Sullivan. She's well known from the Karen Reed case.
if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation. Okay? Sure. Thank you. Mrs. Page, you're the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this
Not really.
witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller, assistant manager. Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address. We don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently.
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about a year and a half of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct? Yes. And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was a father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take
It's all
care
the
of?
weed.
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat.
When he was hungry?
Yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillips Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Yeah. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No, and just Kelsey, and baby.
And Kelsey.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay once you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
I did.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
No, I'm waiting
When you
so we can hear the
arrived at the
testimony.
house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
There's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said, correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister, Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room?
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you were downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
No question.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
That was hard.
That was incredibly.
Emspire will take 2 tip picks. Thank you, Emspire. And I will just skip ahead. Her story didn't quite line up with Justin coming back, going downstairs. 15-20 minutes recess. Okay. Then we can talk about what had happened was. Her story doesn't quite line up with, because Justin goes out, comes back in, goes into the basement. And as I understood the layout of the house, you have to go through the living room to get to the kitchen, to get to the basement stairs.
Well, what if police were keeping them apart because it has
He was
been
in the
said by
living room.
multiple.
He was in the living room. So if you have to go through the living room, through the kitchen, down.
Well, they've already said words, or there's already been words between them. So maybe she was told, like, if you run your mouth again, you can't stay
No, but
in the
she didn't
house.
see him come back in. That's my thing. I'm saying
Oh.
she didn't. She was. She said she saw him leave with a car seat, and then she saw him run past the window. So, but I have the layout of the house. So maybe if I pull that up, it can make some sense. Maybe he can get there another way. It's just, again, it's just my little. No, that's actually, I'm stupid. I'll admit it, Marissa. You don't have to yell at me. Marissa is already yelling at me, saying, "Oh, you're such an idiot."
Well, and he might have. I don't think.
No, well, it depends, because if she's in the living room, that's where the screen porch. I think this is the entryway. This is his smoke hut. This is where he was smoking weed.
Oh.
So if he comes in from the screen porch, he needs to get to the stairs going down over here. He can either go to the right through the sitting room, through the dining room, down through the kitchen, or through the living room, through the office, and down through the kitchen. It's whatever way he chooses to go.
I just had a sudden insane thought, but Justin, you may be a weird looking guy, but have you ever thought about smoking ribs with herbage? I'm just saying, smoked meats. I think I might have a, I think I might need a patent.
So you can either go this way and down, or this way and down. But he will have to, if she's in, she said she was in the living room. That's this area where the door comes in. So again, she could be talking to the officers and what the fuck's going on? Where's my daughter? Why do I have to give my kid away? So he could have gone around and she's not noticing him.
Well, on day one, I thought we saw a video, and I believe we see her run out of the porch, the covered porch, and we see Justin run and trip coming out of the, and he said he used the garage door to get out. So how did I am not good at visualizing things, but I think it also, Nunan's, I did a one shot, it went awry. I told her no again, and then I took another shot. It doesn't line up with, I wasn't going to let her get another click off the way he said to the neighbor. And I have to.
And then they want to impeach her with, oh, you went on the Young Jerks. There's nothing wrong in going on the Young Jerks. Afro Man went there. But you're allowed, as a citizen in Massachusetts, you are allowed to talk about what the shitty way they use her. You don't have to go in the front door. He did go in through the front door. We saw that on video. He came back in. So, yes, but he has to go in and go into the basement. So that's the problem. Yes, we did see him coming down the stairs from inside the house. But no cross. Officer Nunan said her mom was loud downstairs, and she said, I don't know that voice. And that's why Houston went downstairs. She didn't say, and then the other officer appeared again.
Yeah.
Let's just open this yachts up again.
I will say she came off incredibly believable. With a lot of Justin's witnesses, they went in there with an axe to grind.
Yes.
You could tell she was holding her tongue, but she seemed to be there more as this is what happened, not I would like to throw Justin under the bus.
No, but her story is, I come in, there's an officer standing on the porch with the baby. I take the baby. I go inside. I talk to Daly in the living room. I don't see where the officer goes, which is plausible. You're talking to Daly over here. He walks straight up the stairs. That can happen. Then there's loud words being said, and Houston comes back down, and Justin comes back in and is allowed to go into the basement. And Houston is keeping track of him. So Houston would be over here in the kitchen area. She might have forgotten that Justin came back in, but again, why would Houston go anywhere? To me, every witness we hear, there's more questions where you say, what the hell's going on?
Well, I'm confused because now, according to what I've taken notes, and I could be wrong, Kelsey is registered with 3 force multipliers. Justin said he got his force multipliers out of the green case. Where are these 6 hours coming from? Unless they were the registered weapons.
How does the location of Justin has anything to do with Kelsey pointing a gun? It has all to do with why the officers did what they did and why they left. Officer Houston left the upstairs area where there were 2 people. They were so deadly afraid of Kelsey that she was going to do something really, really bad that they leave an officer who, according to himself, is standing right here. Kelsey is here. He then jumps into Nanya over here in direct view of him, picks up one of 4 weapons that's stored in that area that they never checked, stands up, points the gun straight at his face, 1 foot away, click. Then she backtracks to over here and gets shot. This is what you have as the judge to look at. Who's credible? Is it credible that this officer who stood here and constantly watched Kelsey in the room didn't notice when she launched over to this area and obtained one of 4 weapons. And they took an empty gun safe and put the weapon in that. She must have opened that gun safe. I don't know if it was locked or opened, but she has to have manipulated that to open it. Take out a firearm. Stand up, not rack it, but point it 1 foot away from him. Click it. And then she backpedal over to this area where on the way she racks it twice, doesn't expend a bullet, and then he shoots her over here after saying, "Don't do it, Kelsey," or "Kelsey, no," or whatever is said. And then he puts 1 round into the AC unit and 1 round into her, because he couldn't, when she was standing right in front of her, have slapped the gun away, punched her in the face, run into her, put her down, fixated her, gun, 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 and have Houston come running up, securing the area. That's all. But because all of this is this an okay shooting? Did she point the weapon at him, or did she point it at himself? The state's theory is she's sitting on the floor, lunging to Nanya. Nanya is this area over here where you can't see anything when you're standing in the doorway. Gets a weapon out of a gun safe, stands up, points it at an officer who still didn't see it until it was straight a foot from his face. Didn't see anything. Clicks it. Then the officer, who is highly trained, who is a former SWAT member, lets her backtrack to roughly halfway across the door, where she kind of does a tap-tap slide. Then she goes behind the bed and does a tap-tap slide again and begins to aim at him, and then he puts 1 in the AC unit and 1 in her. Or, as the defense says, she's packing up stuff in this room. She, at some point, obtains the weapon, hides it with her body, goes over here, points it at her temple, clicks it, and he yells, "Don't do it, Kelsey." And she might be trying to re-rack it, or she might just be taking it down, or whatever. We are going to get her on the stands in a few minutes. And Nunan reacts badly and shoots her. Those are the 2 different things. And I don't get a SWAT team officer allowing a suspect to make distance. That would never, ever happen.
No. So here's what I've been kind of thinking, and I think Nunan had gotten out of the tactical mindset. He said it himself. He had moved to North Andover to give his amazing amount of wisdom, but he needed a slower pace. I don't think he was in a tactical mindset. I think he was very much caught off guard because he wasn't paying attention. And when he looked back, all he saw was the force multiplier. I don't think he honestly saw where it was pointing. He just saw a force multiplier, said no, and shot.
Yeah, and as the neighbor said, let's say again, Justin is making noise downstairs, Kelsey's making noise downstairs, Houston goes down to make sure nothing happens, and Nunan, because, well, she's just packing baby shit. She obtains the weapon, goes away from him to do it to herself, and he turns around and he sees her over in the corner, and he yells, "No, Kelsey, no." And then she might click, she might bring it down, she might do whatever, and he just shoots in some reaction.
And look, I am not a police officer. I don't have to deal with trying to make that split-second choice of where is the force multiplier? Is it pointing at me or not at me? But I think that's what happened. It lines up. It doesn't require everyone to do pirouettes and crouching tiger, leaping Massachusetts. So
and it doesn't require a woman to disappear, acquire a weapon, stand up, and reappear in front of a person who claims he had eyes on her constantly. That's the big problem. He claims he had eyes on her constantly.
And
that's where
the
I
part that-
have a problem.
Again, had the state played this as combat it honestly. I think that there is a possibility that both perspectives could be true. Again, if he's not paying attention, she's raising up her arm. The way that we have been talking about this, how honestly both of them could have been looking at the same thing and seen different things, could have been the way that you approach this as the state and not look like jackasses. But they have decided to show Nunan as Super Trooper Supreme that has the aim of a stormtrooper. And then can I get a
Woot woot?
link?
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
I
you
was gonna
wanted a
say,
woot woot.
no, I was going to say, can I get a link to whatever gauze they used? Because that must be the quickest, blood picker upper ever.
No, I think he saw, because he's yelling, "No, Kelsey, no," or "Don't do it, Kelsey, don't do it." If you, again, and this is human nature, you're a police officer. She's been calm, collected, nothing. He's just walking around packing bags. Huntney and Justin comes in downstairs. The mom is, "What the fuck's going on? What the shit are you doing, you fucking asshole? Oh, shut up, you old hack." "Yeah, shut up, you old bitch. Give me the baby. I don't know I have to support a 4-month-old baby's head. Let me just walk out with it." And you as a trained officer thinks, okay, this is where I have to have my focus. This could escalate. Houston, go downstairs, make sure nothing happens. And you will still be a little, because you're standing on that little platform. You'll do the, is anything happening? Do I have to run downstairs? And she's moving around in the room. I don't believe he ever saw her start shaking or anything. I think that was one of
No.
those added little things that he put in there to
Well,
color
and
the
that
story.
part was, I had it underlying in my notes. If you are truly the tactical, practical you are, as soon as that mood change goes from her kind of being okay, and then she starts, you are doubling down. You are making sure you are watching her hands. This is now changed. She was normal, and now you got shaking and crying.
Marissa, I would still support a 4-month-old. Especially if it's not someone I know, and I don't know
Yeah.
the baby that well. I would be, yeah. I had it a lot with the idiot who lives with my daughter. Every time he took the baby, I was like, could you just the 2 fingers on the back of the head? Come on. Yeah, but no, please just, you can do it
Just
with 2
2.
fingers.
Baker, I'm gonna need you to calm me down when I have my first, grand feral, because I have a
Oh,
feeling.
he's just gonna, the youngest, most feral is gonna take over and raise him in the woods with the wolves.
Probably he'll cut the umbilical cord himself with his teeth.
Same with her superhero stance. Give me a break. Yeah. I don't think Bits did a lot of teen babysitting. No, she looks like someone who would eat her own young. That's probably why none of her fucking 4, well, Ligam Lisa's 4 kids have a relationship and stays at home with mom.
Yeah, does seem kind of weird to be taking parental advice from parents whose kids failed to launch, but
Preet Smo, in a space with that tight with tons of visual obstruction, a screaming baby, a screaming grandma, and a broken-hearted mom who's fragile. Yeah, he panicked and his memory may not be clear. Or because it's not allowed to pew-pew someone who's trying to self-delete. He's making it, oh, she was raising the weapon because then it's an okay shooting. He might, and this is, again, I'm not trained as a police officer. I'm trained as a soldier. If you point anything at me, I'm putting you down. I don't give a shit who you are, because you're a threat to me. I don't have to abide by certain rules. If I'm in a war zone and you do this with a rifle or you do this with you're down. I'm gonna load every 30 round I have in my magazine is going straight into your soft little body, because that's what I'm trained to do. I'm not trained to evaluate excess or anything. If someone has a weapon, it's my enemy. And I can put them all the way fucked down. But that's not what a police officer is trained to. He has to assess the situation. If she's doing this, it's a bad shooting. He could actually be held liable for that. She can sue the city. If she does this, he's covered because then she attempted to assault him. Again, we're talking about a case that will end in most likely probation if she's found guilty. I love that, of course, all the antis are, she'll be pressing number plates in Leavenworth. I didn't even know where Leavenworth is. And I don't know if they make number plates.
Not to mention, I think Leavenworth is a military prison, so unless you're, in the brig, I don't think you qualify. I could be wrong, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Kelsey knew she didn't want Justin's mommy to be the caregiver, and it just beat her off. I think that the most hurtful message that was in all of that we saw was, no, I'll pay for the $500 a week for the baby care. I think they make shower curtain hooks in prison. Something. Leavenworth, Kansas. I don't know. He could have been charged. It is him against her, and he's trying to make sure he wins. And that's why everyone is, I didn't talk to him. He was taken away from the scene. Why was he removed from the scene? Because it's procedure. Okay, what's the next step in the procedure? Get him to breathe and piss in a cup, because you have to drug test him. What didn't they do procedure-wise after they removed him from the scene? They never took the drug test. Again, the problem I have in Massachusetts is I don't believe every cop is bad, but every case I get out of Massachusetts, right now, there's 3 other cases I have my focus on. You have the cop who pew-pewed someone who stole a car and ran from the scene, where the DA says, yeah, you're not getting the body cam. I think that's a bad DA, good cop situation. Until I've seen the video, I'll hold my judgment. Then we have the story Aiden broke yesterday with a female cop who allegedly diddled a child. He had
her husband.
Yeah, and her husband for 4 years. And then you have the cop who got suspended after the defense asked, do you have some evidence that he was drunk when he ran into a truck and killed a disabled person? I think he killed him. And nope, we have no evidence of that. And then they find a fucking body cam video where a female officer say, can you take care of him? I think he's under the influence. They had no knowledge at the DA's office that he had anything under the influence. You have the McAlberts who go drinking so badly they lose their badge and their gun. Nothing happens. This is why I say there's something fucking rotten in Massachusetts, and that's why we're watching cases out of there.
Yeah. And I did cover because not only did, I know Turtle Boy people have strong feelings, so I did shout him out this morning. But the New York Post also had the story about the child grossness cop with her husband. People are starting to ask questions. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was in the front of the New York Post.
Yeah, and the New York Post was scandal, disgraced cop on trial.
Yeah.
No, she's not a disgraced cop. First of all,
No.
all of this is it a bad mental judgment from her, or both of them would be bad mental judgments. I'm trying to delete me, or I'm trying to delete you. You don't call her a disgraced cop, because a disgraced cop is fired because she does something disgraceful. Actually, if she wins this case, she should be back on the job if she can clear a psych test. Well, you were suicidal, but you're fine now. She's been deemed fine. She could go back on the force.
Baker, real quick, what is the Sandra Birchmore case looking like? I know that it's still going, but I haven't been able to keep up with it. So,
Sandra Birchmore is in federal, and Matthew Farwell got denied he had an appeal to toss it because there was no evidence of any foul play, because, hey, Massachusetts still believed that she unalived herself. They haven't changed their stance on it since the feds came in. But he believed that he couldn't be judged in the federal case because the state still believed that she did it to herself. So there was no standing for it. And he wanted it tossed, but that got denied. And I think they're still trying to wiggle out of the case. But why would she want to? I hate them all. I can't imagine how she feels. She said it during opening statement. They talked about outside of court one day. She used, or maybe it was during the trial. Bye, Mo. She used to be in law school, and she will be returning to law
On
school.
the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
I think that's our best bet because honestly, I wouldn't want her to be a cop again.
Yeah.
Go be a lawyer. Go do some law stuff.
Yeah, get a real job. Come on, better hold up really well on the stand.
Well, this is it because I mean, I haven't made my mind up, and it's really down to who she said, he said.
Nothing but
Yeah.
to help you God. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to that point.
I don't know if I like the Nancy Onassis jacket.
Thank you, Army. I inquire.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Better than those boots.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you mind? I'm just pulling that mic a little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer.
I'm 29 years old.
29. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Methuen, Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's who.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Stephen, my older brother, my biological older brother Stephen Jr., and then I have my stepfather William Page, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They are step, yes.
Okay. Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like I am, a little bit like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host / waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
Okay. After graduating Fisher College, you had the B. Is it a BA or a BS?
Yes.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go? And tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy.
Yes,
And you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff.
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay. And in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes. While I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so forth?
Yeah, like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it's 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5. So I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer. So you
Come on. Come on.
ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all off?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
Wait, no. Can you just,
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say in how you function in the field and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on. And I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a
Yeah, did you-
nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. Was in the academy we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and
Oh
then
my.
I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
My
How old
son,
is he
not
today?
the baby.
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind to the events of that day, okay? So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it. So I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
She didn't have to look for that in her brain.
When you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
It did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th, scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're your dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no. And then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow. That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
Is there something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind
Okay.
rewind you a little bit.
All right.
So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes. Like, looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he called
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yeah.
I just need to confer with court staff. Mr. Rain, can you turn the?
I think she's okay. It seems like someone is doing something in the courtroom. I think she's a little timid. You would be that in that situation.
Of course, yes.
Oh, she's thrown out. That's weird. I don't know. We know that Justin's brother has been kicked out. I think Justin's father has also been kicked out from the courtroom. Or it's the father both times. His family has been kicked out. Someone was recording something yesterday, they believed, but we didn't know who it was, and I haven't seen Lauren or Aiden, who is in the courtroom, talk about who it was. So we don't know. It's a little bit of a slow burn, in my opinion. It feels a little off. I'll take this white noise out of your ears. But of course, you have to hold her hand, you have to lead her, you have to guide her. But I think she's doing fine. Kelsey's mom is in the room. Kelsey's mom is allowed to be in the room. She's released as a witness. Oh, she's going to sidebar with them. Oh, yeah, that's right. She normally goes to sidebar. She's allowed to hear it. There was a note passed to her mom. Oh, Aiden is tweeted about it. We are live, so
I will say, I think she's coming off as a more fulsome person. She's not, a character. She's not the whack job. She's not, the disgraced officer. I know that it's not your favorite part of testimony.
you're very low.
But I know it's not your favorite part of testimony, but I like that they're humanizing her a bit and making her not just, Justin's ex. And the fact that they're humanizing the baby, goodness gracious, I'm not going to use his name, but I'm glad that someone finally is, and it's his mom. Doggone it.
Yeah, and I just have that thing where I feel like it's a little drag on with, but I like that they got it in that Daly was on the hiring board, and he claimed, well, I knew her a little bit, but I don't really know her. No, you've been her training officer. You even hired her for the job. It's it's yeah. And someone sent me something. Apparently, the note that was passed was that Kelsey's mother is sitting inside the courtroom. The CV doesn't like this because they say she could be recalled. It is being discussed at sidebar. But they had no. They didn't really. Well, okay. Well,
And I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
oh, he seems pissed. But what's the problem? Why should it be a problem that she can? What questions did they really have for her? They didn't ask her any questions, did they? No, they had no questions for her.
They didn't. They chose not to cross-examine her. So again,
Yeah.
And I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too. Basically, choose not to cross her and then call her for a rebuttal case. I don't think you can do that.
I understood it as she was released. Her mom was excused. Maybe they do it differently, but we heard again. If they said any cross, no. Can she be excused? Yes. In the Massachusetts, that means they had Nunan as a potential callback. He was told that he could potentially be called back. He wasn't told she could potentially be called back.
Yeah, they didn't say that they were going to be calling her back.
I don't know what's wrong with your mic today, but it's really turning you down low.
I've got it. How is that?
That's good. Keep it there.
Okay. Well, I had it automatic adjust because I figured the StreamYard would be smarter than me, but apparently it's not.
It could have been an officer misunderstanding, then the judge having to pee. Could have been. But again, if she's subject to recall, normally she'll be told that you're subject to recall. He was just told you're excused. Excused means you can go. And I think he even said you can go sit in the court. He was a little bit rambly when he said it. Well, we can do a thing because we can just go and do this.
After that, officers
Thank you very much.
You're at the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
No question.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness.
You may stand down. They don't say we want to hold her for recross, or we don't want to release her. She's still I don't know.
They didn't specify, so I mean,
Yeah,
stand down to me just means you can get off the stand, but that's weird. They didn't specify.
Yep.
Okay. And Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time. Thank you. Just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
Then make yourself comfortable.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Gaten.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1 hour CPR training, so it was gonna go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you trained for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with the G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he hold a
baby? He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was more focused on go to the park. So it's I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassam?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes. So the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did. And he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes. So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused. It didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the common.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did you ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at the park.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's
Road.
my home.
Single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line.
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police
It
Department?
had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
And you walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kate in a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was like, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom.
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a
Figure
different.
this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move on. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you can just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle.
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there?
Approximately. Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you sat, did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. So maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Typical mom. I'll just
Was
leave
her,
with you, baby.
Car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
I wish my mom would come pick up my house.
In her car.
Yeah,
And then
I
have a
told her
baby.
that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
just,
Sustained.
I just didn't.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Objections, was sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and like for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, like, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
Hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
So 5 is 4,
Yes,
or
Your Honor.
5 is 6.
So just want to make sure, did we say that right? That the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when
That's a mistake. Her clock is an hour behind, because that'll match up with the mom's story as well. Because the mom's story didn't fit the timeline. Her clock is an hour behind. She said it wrong. That's why he tried to get her to say behind.
you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden in my living room.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched in area. Walked out onto the porch, opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Nunan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Nunan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Nunan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We
were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Nunan came. It was like pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No,
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
no.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He was a work friend.
He was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
I didn't hear that one.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something. Wasn't
At that moment,
yeah.
did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, like, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, I'm going to hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm going to feed my baby and read it. So I picked Caden back up and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you
isn't
feeding
crying
him?
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said the court the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was, when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Nunan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Nunan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Nunan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Nunan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Nunan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Nunan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Nunan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, oh, I haven't done this in a while, like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will? I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So it took I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? And I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son.
Was he your dog or
Justin's dog? He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house. And I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so keep the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away,
Why not?
because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
That was really tough to hear her say those words.
So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not, though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs,
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just...
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Nunan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Nunan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Keaton's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin instructed to have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs? And
What was what happened after you said that?
somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Nunan.
So upstairs, it was Officer Nunan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay, hold
When we
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Nunan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston downstairs.
Did he stay that way or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure. Absolutely.
I know it's weird and I don't know her. I want to just hold her and hug her.
I know.
I feel so bad and it's
Sorry,
really
did you say that that box was not on the...
killing me.
What did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you. Ready to go? Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I had rocked in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So it's kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Nunan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to,
Like
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? Can you just describe it?
My temple.
Was Nunan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said, fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What would that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, or whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Nunan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Nunan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Nunan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Nunan?
Never.
What did you know about Nunan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Nunan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Nunan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? I'm like, it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Nunan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. After being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
A sack.
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Nunan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. It felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face. And they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And is it, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smirtelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you. And I just like tapped him and like gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. I think they had switched the tank or something or turned it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment. But I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
That's not relevant.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time.
It was heartbreaking enough not hearing her medical stuff.
All right. So
cross. I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. Please, a 10-minute recess. Please exit quietly if you're going to exit.
It's not important now how he treats her because it's just a judge. So it's not the same where you have to protect her from the jury so they don't feel sorry for her. But my daughter is 5 years younger than her, and my grandson is 8 months older than baby C. I almost started crying when the finality she just said those words with. That was a woman who wanted to end her life. I whole fucking heartedly believe that. I have believed no other witness in this case as much as when she was in the kitchen, just wanted to be alone with my gun and end it. I believed it 1000%.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, she was so completely honest. She's like, I knew it was a dumb thing. I knew it was a stupid thing. I lied to the police officers.
But I had a goal, and you don't switch that goal from because again, still to this day, she knows exactly what her mindset. You could feel what she was thinking.
Absolutely, and you could tell she was in mom mode because she just wanted to clean up the problem and not make a mess for anyone. They
Yeah.
were having her give her baby to someone who had shown no interest. Again, it's your baby. That is her whole world.
And all of it makes more. I still can't get how she gets placed behind the bed with 2 steps. I don't. But all of this makes so much more sense to me now. The only thing I don't get is where's the second shot? She never mentioned the second shot. I got shot is all she says. Did she get shot and it went through the AC unit, but it doesn't look like the entry wound would have been from the entry wound would have been from a deformed bullet. So maybe she just didn't hear the second shot because fuck me, I just got shot. No, we're taking a 10-minute break, Jemima.
And I think I think she did such a wonderful job. She wasn't scripted. I saw somewhere in chat that a lot of the states or the Commonwealth, I keep calling them the state because
That's
that's
the
what it
same.
mostly
We
is.
know. I say
Okay.
jail, prison. It doesn't matter.
All right, but I think she came off as very authentic, and something that a lot of witnesses don't do is admit to wrongdoing. She was very forthright in that. I honestly think that the moment she said that Justin took away the dog, had this been a jury trial, she was innocent right there.
Yeah.
But that's me speculating, and I'm not a lawyer.
And okay, I'm worried state is gonna be a dick to her. Well, the state can't be a dick to her because there's no jury there. They can do all the things. This isn't the first time you acted out. This isn't the first time you. Again, she had a postpartum. Could potentially have said before, "I'm gonna end it," and you didn't do it, and now we have to believe. But again, this makes so much more sense that she had an unloaded weapon and it clicked. And never re-racked because there's bullets missing in the room. There's unspent casings missing in the room if you go by Nunan's explanation. And again, I believe the story. He tried to go down because they hurt someone. And then he came back because Houston said, hey, keep an eye on her. I believe that story.
And I believe the state is going to be vicious. I believe the state, without a jury there, is going to be vicious because they're not going to have that limiting factor of how they appear. But again, going down to the base level of it, Nunan's story and her story, when we're on verdict watch, we need to watch them side by side because one person, very believable. The other person, I was signing up the target, but she had the drop on me.
Yeah. We won't be on verdict watch because this judge is just going to announce I'll be back at this time, and it'll be tomorrow. I will go in and I'll do the transcript of both of them because AI makes transcripts, and then we can come back and try and see where the big differences are because playing them next to each other is going to be a little bit of a mess, but I can get an AI transcript and then we can try and see, because again, to believe Nunan's story, she turns into a ninja, goes into Narnia, and reappears with a gun 1 foot from his face. To believe her story, Nunan does what we would do. Oh, there's some noise downstairs. She's been calm. She's been collected. I can leave. Let's check the danger zone. Her guns is in the basement. We're just going to go down. And I know her. I used to work with her. We went on this heinous call together. I trust her, even though we're here to do a shit job. Then she goes over there, gets a weapon out, doesn't rack it, doesn't check it, just think it's loaded. It's in my gun box. It's loaded. Takes it up to her chest, walks over to the corner of the bed, pulls it up there just to do it, and he walks in and says, "No, Kelsey." And because he sees a firearm, he just instinctively pulls around in her. And then she goes down and he might slip another one off that hits the AC. That story to me makes so much. We have done all the painting. We have done all the drawings. We have done all the things that doesn't make any sense. And I just wish they could bring in an ambulance driver who could say, "I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an empty gun."
Well, I was wondering if there's anyone else that they're
She's the last
pulling it.
witness. They're going to bring 3 witnesses.
Doggone it. Well, but if it was anyone after when she's getting medical care, would the judge consider that ancillary to the incident? Because
Yeah,
he
I don't
didn't
know.
let her get into the medical conditions that she had based on the shot.
And Northern says, "I came into this trial this week knowing zero about this case. All I've heard is testimony. One story sounds believable, one doesn't." And I'm just hoping that you because it was something about her face, and I'm gonna end up being a little bitch and cry on screen because the way her finality in the words when she was just, "I just wanted to be alone with my gun," and that's, you could
If
fucking
you've
feel
been
it.
if you've been there, if you've been where your world is done and you don't have a world, it's
Yeah,
hard because you know looking back, you know you were there and you know how great things are now, and you just want to be there for someone and say, "Hey, no, it is gonna be okay. I know it's super duper dark now, but
Yeah.
I swear to you, it will
But you
be
just lost
okay."
everything. You were getting
Yeah.
married 30 hours before this. You were getting married. You had a wonderful little baby. You're going back to your job. You were finally out of your postpartum. Yeah, it's been a rough ride. And then everything just crashes down. And it's 2 guys who you know really well and a guy who hired you who is standing there just saying, "Give us your kid." And then you
And-
get up and then your head starts spinning. But what about, and my dog, my house, my
And
life?
you've lost all your friends. You know no one's going to stand up in court for you. I mean, you aren't logical when you're there. You know you don't have your department. Now you don't have your home. Courts aren't going to give, a baby to a mom who doesn't have a home, who's living, in her mom's apartment. It makes perfect sense that she did all the equations really fast and came up with, they're going to take my baby away. I'm going to have to watch this idiot not raise him. And I can't. I just can't. And she's correct. It was selfish. It was wrong. But you can totally get how she would put all that together and come up with that answer.
My mom unalived herself in the chest. Me and Kelsey are 29 and had a baby 1 month apart. Hearing her say she felt everything was hard to hear. Our story is similar in a different way. I hope she heals. Misbehaving. Again, I don't know why this hit me. I have covered, I don't know, probably close to 60, 70 trials.
Because
I
we're
want to bawl my
parents.
eyes out, and I don't have a feeling in my heart. I
We're
just want to
parents.
go and protect this poor woman.
We know
really
our
hurts me.
kiddos are our world, and you can tell of anything else. If you don't believe anything of Kelsey's testimony, she loved that baby.
Yes.
She loves that baby.
I think that's the thing that gets me, because that's what I have with my daughter as well. You can just tell.
Ready for cross.
And I have the same for my kids, that undying love that I will burn the world down. I don't give a hoot about any of you. My kids is going to survive.
Yeah, and you can see that when you meet a fellow parent, you can see, okay, we need to,
Yeah.
okay, we can go to angry, because I know I'm going to be angry.
Yes.
Oh, we're not going to rewind.
Domestic calls are the most dangerous. True?
Yeah, that could be true.
Could be, well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well,
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a seat.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you, that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer, cross closer to the mic.
Yeah, find the mic, a-hole.
Thank you.
Giblets.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we have
And so
to.
When you go to a domestic call, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yep.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety.
Yes.
For your partner's safety.
Yes,
For the children's safety, for everybody, right?
for everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
you shouldn't know.
You should have, and I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
You did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near them, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone could grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yes.
Right. Okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is like a special weapons tactical team. You know
Yeah.
that, right?
So I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they
Do
do.
you understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous? True?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
Okay. They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Okay. Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens.
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Nunan was on the SWAT team. You know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
You knew he started in Andover. That's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence,
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Nunan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that, yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay, and you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Nunan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Nunan.
He did that. So yes.
Okay, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why we went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes, yes.
A gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were
the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay.
What?
But they came to you because they were
Baker, can you pause it?
They thought I was in a car.
Because you know more about the timeline. So the state attorney just said that the police came over that Sunday, but I thought that we weren't going into the bachelor party stuff. And he is desperately.
We weren't. And now he want to say that the police was there to do a welfare check because he was so fucking crazy. But apparently that was because that chick who said, "Oh, I got sideswiped." Because that's the one who was at Hunter's house, her bridesmaid, who said, "I got sideswiped on my way home from the bridal party." Apparently, I didn't know this. This is absolutely new to me. Haven't read it anywhere. They go and make a welfare check to figure out if anything happened because they thought you'd been in a car accident. But let's open the door to all of this.
Accident.
Okay. And on the Monday.
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday. Well.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't with her.
You think that you're, Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay?
True.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
We're always talking about strategic objections. Find something, Bradel. Find an objection somewhere. He needs to reset. He wants to bait her into saying, I was fucking angry at Justin, so Nunan's story, I stood in the way of her killing Justin. Bradel needs to find an objection now.
No. Right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get to you.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to Justin.
You know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, so we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence and not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
Thank you.
So, overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, you just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer, and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, but you went out on February 16th. That was Caden's birthday, right? So that's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math here. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
You're talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay. And she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is. That,
Well, you knew he was getting the child. Correct?
yeah, but I thought that I passed Caden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
No.
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, you had used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because
when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand. You're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
2 hands extended.
That's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hand.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday, yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things, about your life unraveling, if you will, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
all those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect.
I'm fucking sorry. What? You didn't ask one question about the shooting? You didn't ask when you pulled the gun on him, when you took your perfect stance, it was to intend to harm him and get to Justin.
Wait, what?
I know I went out because I got emotional, so I stood up, walked out. When I was out, was she interrogated about all the things she did with her weapon in the room, or was it just this? How do you hold your weapon when you were in qualifying on Friday? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm her testimony while not without some flaws in my opinion, is way more credible and easier to follow than anything the Commonwealth has presented by a long shot. I pray she find happiness if she hasn't already. And I don't know, Hagen. And Jason, I'm going to be mean. Why should I feel bad for her when this is done to men all day, every day, and ruins men's life? Ask me how I know. Because you taking your personal position and just saying, well, fuck everyone else because my life is shit, is what dirtbags do. Thank you so much for the $5. But that's a dirtbag move. Why should she endure this just because you had a bad situation? Should I sit and say, well, fuck this bitch because my wife and I got divorced, and I had to have visitation in her house for the first couple of months because my baby was so small. No. That's why you should feel for her, because if you really went through all of this and you had a really shitty situation, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what gender you have, what color you have, what religion you have. I can feel empathy with everyone. Sorry.
I don't know why he's crossing her. I thought we brought on a woman, especially to cross her. And he is doing, I don't know if he's wanting to come off. Can I use the C word, Baker?
You can say all the words you want to say.
I don't know if he is wanting to come off as the sandiest vagina in Cuntville, but he is. And he is, I understand that he has to be delicate, but I thought he would have gotten to, why did you lie to the police officers? Is it possible that when Officer Nunan saw you, you had your arm was in a position? And all he had to do was say, you just said on your direct that you were aware as a police officer, the moment you touched that force multiplier, any officer in their right mind would be, duty bound or would be reasonable to shoot you. That's all he had to say. You said that it would have been reasonable. You admitted right on your direct. He didn't have to get to, oh, he's, he had all the training and he went to. Now,
Again,
I'm not from the locality, but apparently Lawrence is the ghetto Walmart of Massachusetts.
It's where Waffle House is, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
But again, all we are here to do is not figure out how she was trained, how he was trained, how the dog was groomed. We are here to figure out, did she do this with the intent of shooting Officer Nunan? That's the only reason we are here. He didn't ask one single question about when she pointed the gun of Officer Nunan.
Also, are we guessing that the random jackasses who are speeding by the courthouse and revving their engines are part of the alien crew?
I don't think they would do that. I'm thinking it's more Jay Brill in his car with no exhaust system on it. Let's get back in.
Okay.
Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the defense, you can call your next witness.
The cross made her look better, quite honestly. She lost it a few times. But
aside from what? The view. Okay.
They're gonna watch the view.
And all right. So can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So defense rest except the view.
Okay, so I wonder when we're doing that and when we're doing closings.
Tomorrow morning they'll go on the view. We'll probably hear when we are starting. We're probably going to start up at maybe after lunch tomorrow.
So you know what? A couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number one. Number two, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. Right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes, Judge, thank you very much.
All right, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
He said 2 o'clock.
Let's stand in a lunch recess.
He said 2 o'clock. He didn't say 1 o'clock. But they're just going to come back and talk about, are we going on the view? The case has ended. There will be nothing further till we do the closing arguments. I am in 1,000,000,000% agreement with Holly Mack. I'm a little. We have looked at all the pictures. But you're going to go into a room that's not the same room. The only thing you can kind of see is the distances. But after this closing argument,
I don't think
I would skip the view. I would skip the view.
Well, especially with the way the judge kind of said, I can tell from the pictures this is a very small area. He was a bit dismissive, and his whole attitude has been, I'll go if you want me to go, but I see the pictures.
Yeah, and I don't think. Sometimes I think the defense also need to read, and he's been really open about some things where he nudge, wink, wink. Probably don't chase this too much. No, I'm not breaking and coming back, because all they're coming back to is doing charge conference and are we going to go take a view? So there's no reason for that, because the case won't continue till tomorrow. The state has rested. Defense has de facto rested based on will we do the view, won't we do the view. Closing arguments will be tomorrow. It's just a question about will closing arguments be at 9 o'clock, Massachusetts, or will it be after lunch? That's the two things I think we're waiting. I've had that little mic puppy for 2 years now.
I will say, the state going with you were trying to get to Jason, it was such a Hail Mary. Again, for someone who ostensibly would have been in where the jury is going to be, because I don't know all the backstory, she's never shown any animus to Justin. So you haven't brought in like, you're breaking up with me, I'm gonna, whatever. That's
why I say it. Now I need to get some sleep. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I think he's saying you're not going to need it for appeal. That's what I'm reading into it as well. Again, in the case she gets convicted, most likely scenario is she's going to catch a suspended sentence. Yes, she will get a felony on her record and she will lose her weapons, but it's not going to be, we got to fight this because she'll go 6 years in Leavenworth. So I don't think it's important to go take the view. I think the most important part of this is read the judge, and I feel that the Commonwealth was fucking weak in their closing.
Yeah, the cross.
Yes, they're doing the charge conference, but again, it's they're just going to agree upon a piece of paper. So I'm not going to sit and just watch it. So they're not going to do closing arguments today.
And Crazy Warlock over on Rumble, for me, the reason that this isn't a jury trial is that Kelsey decided to have a bench trial. She was given a choice, and she went with a bench trial.
Yeah, and I think that was a good idea because they just didn't have the facts. That's my big problem. They just didn't have the facts for the state. That's why they didn't ever ask her about the incident. Oh, you were mad at Justin. So what? She can be mad at Justin all she wants. She needs to have intent to shoot Officer Nunan. That's the only thing this case is about. Did she intend, when she produced her firearm, no matter if she was waving it over her head, flailing around, doing the juggaloo, whatever, did you intend of harming Officer Nunan? That's all this case is about. because even though it's frowned upon, it is illegal to unalive yourself. No one has ever been convicted of unaliving themselves.
Also, was anyone else confused about the Commonwealth bringing up the fact that, DCYF is usually called when children's or when custody is taken? The Commonwealth has been so all over the place in the ideas they want to hold in this. It's so odd.
Yeah, and again, let's bring DCF into it. Let's bring your mom into it. The only thing they didn't bring into it was what happened in the bedroom. Oh, you had access to that case. Yeah. You had to open the case. Yeah. Did they believe, or did they not have all the facts? Did they believe Nunan too much when they saw that box and thought, okay, it's a quick flip, and she had the gun and she was right in his face. And then they figured out during this trial, oh, fuck, it was actually in the big green box that would take significantly more time to get a weapon out of. And I kind of feel like because he never got to the intent part, and that's what he had to prove. You can claim that Nunan's testimony showed her intent, but did it? But because just pointing a weapon at someone, is that, well, they say it clicked. And she re-racked, and never clicked against him again. So they have to have the judge believe that click was her intent. That's all they have. And he's the only guy. And I'm sorry. I'm really effing sorry. But his testimony compared to her testimony, there was way too much color between the lines. Way too much. My world was dying. I was dying. I wanted to die. And everyone, we were 320 people across the channels. Every one of us teared up. Everyone felt that was a mom who was ready to end it all. And again, I don't know why the fuck it just hits me, but again, it's my daughter looks like her. My grandson is 4 months older, and I can just see my daughter if someone came to her and said, "You're going to give up, baby." To this day, again, when that was a 4-month-old, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bitch today.
You're fine. No, it's very human. And I do think that we needed her to testify. And what was so incredibly jarring in her testimony compared to Nunan's was the ability to be very realistic, very honest, and very humble about the screw ups she made. Again, I don't think anyone would have had a problem with Nunan had he testified as follows. I heard a disturbance. She had been acting very normally, very calm. She was a fellow officer. You know what? I know I'm supposed to keep an eye on her, but we'd gone through a really rough call. I turned around. I looked at the chaos because I assumed Kelsey was one of us. She goes over there, gets that, and he turns around as, her arm is coming up. He sees he sees a firearm. And again, Kelsey on the stand said any officer, in their right mind would have every reasonable option to take me out because I was holding a firearm. So he couldn't admit to anything. And I think it was very, very telling that he got so upset about the PTSD. It was such a very, very stilted and stunted, testimony, whereas Kelsey's was very humbling, very humanizing, and it was also very reasonable. No, because I think there would be a point in the motion of her hand where at that split second, if he turned around, it could look like she was pointing at him or towards downstairs. I'm just saying, I think that there could have been a point, but with the prohibition against shooting people who want to end their lives, yeah, he's looking at that being ruled a bad call.
Let's try and see his testimony to Bradel yesterday.
So let's get into the incident here, what you say happened. You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her.
Yes.
Maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over, maybe. How about
yes.
That? And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
How
So
was
she
he a
assumes a
super
modified
trooper?
Weaver stance. Can you?
Yeah, he knew everything, the rack, pull, bang, bang, but he doesn't know a Weaver stand.
How do I know isosceles, Weaver, modified Weaver, and I only watch cop procedurals? How is it I know more about his job than he does, and I only watch cops on TV?
Well, you weren't the most highly decorated dude in the room. Well, unless she was having her knee in. So she's on her right knee. Come on, Bendy Jr. She's on her right. She's on her right. Fuck's sake. She's on her right knee, and then she must have put her left foot down and then pushed forward, and then pew, flew into that corner, and he didn't see it. He didn't see it. Well, he did see her launching. He didn't see her obtaining the weapon. But he did see her launching.
You stand up and a modified Weaver stance. That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
So are you asking him just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first, yes, Judge, thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm a righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry.
Are you righty?
I am.
Unless he writes.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away
I think
from
it's
your
Janet
face?
Unseen for becoming a member.
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony.
That makes no sense. Just because she takes a step to the left, which would put her in a worse shooting position, because again, he's on top of the stairs. We've seen you have the door frame here, you have the opening here. He can look directly at the gun safe on the floor, where she goes over and then she comes up in a standing Weaver. If she takes a step to the left, she will be in a worse shooting position. Because then she would kind of go behind the wall.
Yeah, that's again, at no point during Kelsey's testimony did we have to stop and think really hard and go through and try to use Mr. Bendy, and it's almost like it made sense. It's almost like every piece of it fit.
Yeah, almost like she was telling from memory and not trying to, why didn't this fit? Oh, I just make up a new story. Empire, still, where is the blood? Lol. It's like, why was Wolfenberger in a wheel? Nope. Nope. I'm not going to go down that road. Yeah, he was just saving himself the whole time. Yeah, he's going to be fired if he had a non-okay shooting. Or at least be disciplined. I wish Bradel got into how she was in jail for 6 months, hasn't seen her baby, and let her talk about that also. That would be after the fact, so it has no bearing on the crime itself. That will be brought up in closing arguments.
Funny was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either.
So she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes, it went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she tries to shoot you in the face?
Yes, and then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals. Then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then sidestep.
And again, that he just changed the statement. Did she backpedal or sidestep? He just said she moved to the left, which would have brought her, she would probably stumble over the bed. But now he says, oh, she backpedaled and went to the left. Because he has to put her over by the window where he shoots her. So he has to have her move left at some point, but he fucked up because it doesn't look good if she had the gun a foot from me. And this is why I don't believe his story, because he can't give you a spatial awareness test on this one.
No, again, this is you. Also, how does he know it was 4 seconds? He wasn't paying attention to her hands. He didn't know where she went to Narnia. How can he pay attention and then not be paying attention?
Well, it's the smartest, dumbest criminal defense.
I would
but
say maybe
he just had her standing and now she's rising.
4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. Is she tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer.
She's had 7 months
Who's
on
a
the
whack job?
force. Can we pause it?
Sure.
Baker,
Yeah, we're just filling time anyway, so that's
in the utopia that I have been told Denmark is, how long do your police officers train?
I think it's a 2-year program.
And didn't she say that cop basic training was what, 12 weeks? Or 6 months? I can't remember.
I can drive to the police academy in 2 hours and 37 minutes.
Speaking of which, where is Steve Gutenberg? From
I
Police
never
Academy.
see him anymore.
I know. Is he still alive? Grim Reaper, don't take him.
Oh, it's a 6-month. Yeah.
Oh, and thank you, the virtual juror.
Sorry. You get to be a police cadet in 6 months, and that's on the police academy. It's 6 months, and you do modules where you are doing theory and practical, and you'll learn different stuff, and then you'll have to go out and do.
Now, do all of your
No,
officers
sorry,
carry...
that was the wrong one. That was the cadet training. It's 3 years, and it's
Okay.
school, and then you have to go out and do on-the-job training. So the first year you are in the police academy, then you are a year in some police district where you do it, and then you have 6 months on school, 6 months in practice. That's the 3 years you get in Denmark.
And then, is there additional train? Do all of your officers carry force multipliers, or is it certain
Yes.
ones? Because I know. Okay.
We started doing that. We had a really bad. We had the drawings of a certain sky gnome we can't talk about, and
I
since
remember.
then our terror level has risen a lot, and we had a lot of shootings, and we had a guy who got unalived, and a guard at the Jewish school was also unalived, and since then it's been, you have your standard with sidearms, and then you have your more, like the patrol guards will have like a submachine gun, and then you have like the SWAT team that'll come in heavy.
Well, I didn't want to be stupid and American and assume, because I know in the UK it's different.
It's very different compared to US, because it's 6 months training and then you're just a police officer. Here you get 3 years where you have on-the-job training. That was silly calling her a well-trained officer. She clearly hadn't been on the job long enough to become professional backpedaling sidestepping bracket. Don't be silly. I'm not silly, oh my divine. But you're right. Trying to make her into a superhero while at the same time also making her into a complete amateur is stupid.
Yes.
Thank you,
And
King Bob.
Oh, thank you. I was for the
Yeah.
gifted membership, and that went to K-Mac Queen.
Mine went to that Cody Hichiatsu, maybe?
Hisiatu?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to make a name for that person, and then going to be wrong. Yeah, he also called her a rookie on the stand. So she's the best trained, worst trained. It's the smartest, dumbest criminal defense again.
Yeah,
You can't be both.
That's how this case has been. Kelsey knew she didn't know. Kelsey wanted to take out Justin. She wanted to take out Nunan.
Yeah, and it's, why do you go into the intent of killing Justin, but never mention the intent to harm Nunan? That I'm gabberflasted over the cross.
I know. Okay, Baker. Oh, go ahead. Read that, please.
I will only accept your emotional outburst this one time. We come here for a stoic Dane who yells at us. Thank you so much, Side Eyes. I will yell at you again.
Okay, tinfoil hat, but is the Commonwealth throwing this?
No, because this is a minus on his record. If he doesn't want to prosecute her, he should just move along and say, I'm not going to do it. That's what happened with the Karen Reed case. There were 6 other people who said, I'm not going to do it. They had to bring in Hanky Panky because no one believed they want to do it. Hanky Panky got paid $500,000 to make a farce out of a trial. It's the same with Aiden's case. They have a special prosecutor because everyone is conflicted out. And again, they should just drop these. If he didn't want to do it, he can drop the charge right now. He can say, we don't want to prosecute her anyway. Sorry, Your Honor. The problem is, if they drop it, she's going to sue the city of North Andover because a police officer had a bad shooting on her. He spent half a year in prison. She spent 2 months in a hospital bed. And she's going to sue the shit out of them. And I'm going to fundraise for that suit.
And I cannot believe they still brought the case after they knew that the protective order included the dog. The sad fact is that more people are going to lose it about the fact that she was losing her dog than she was losing her child. There are going to be people that find that to be more terrible. And I wasn't unaware. I think we were all shocked. And honestly, had this been a jury trial, that's when the Commonwealth lost it, in my opinion. But
yeah, and again, but again, it's to cover his ass. That's all of this, and that's why none of the stories fit, because we have to cover his ass. But Daley clearly said a total different story than the 2 people who were in the room. He had a totally different story about how she was placed, what she did. I'm just, this is such a bad thing. Thank you, KDP, for spreading the love. Hey, expert, and thank you so much for joining me last night. I wanted to say it was great, but we had Crazy Amy on Valhalla on. That made everything weird. But again, I'm just, she's just the greatest police officer in history, but she's also really shitty, and she can go to Narnia. And Mo dropped again. Maybe it's time for me. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. If anything happens in the charge conference, I'll set up a new stream. But I think they will just come in and figure out if they're gonna go on this site tomorrow. So I'll be if we just get we're not gonna go tomorrow, and it's just gonna be, hey, are we agreeing on this one? Yes. I'll just update on Twitter, Discord, and my YouTube wall. And Mo and I will then figure out when we go live tomorrow. We might. Yes. I'm because I am the one setting them up. I'm going to set up a stream to start at 9:00. If they go on the site, we might change it. So don't think because I have it up for 9, it means we start at 9. Just keep an eye on everything. But the charging conferences is just them talking about the law. So that's it. And if they come back and say, "Oh, by the way, Judge, we're going to pull this lawsuit," we'll of course go live and tell you the good news. I know we were sad about the baby, but you add the dog, and we are unaliving everyone. Yes. It's because the dog was the everything in the kitchen sink. Kids are expected, but the dog. Yeah, why did they take the dog? It was clearly her dog. It was a grown-ass dog. It wasn't a little puppy.
It's so vindictive, and I don't think that the alien family, I don't think they understand how incredibly terrible this looks. I mean, this looks like a coordinated effort.
Direct verdict was denied.
Yes.
Direct verdict will always be sought after the state rest, and he denied it on paper. They didn't do the spiel. He said, "I'll stand by my paper," and he said denied. because they deny it. Of course they deny it. But Mo, thank you so much for being my co-host doing all of this. It's so nice to be with sane people after I spend a night with those 3 other people.
Well, they have, I don't know anymore about the, force multipliers. You had to get people that are smarter in the stuff that I'm not smart in.
But I invited the expert on.
He has the best candy.
He did eat gummy bears. M-Spy, get some rest. I think they don't give a F how it looks. They think they are untouchable. His sister wrote up that whole affidavit. Yeah. Oh my sent me some videos of her.
Oh, Lord.
We might watch them tomorrow if there's something. Mo, you and I are both fluffy.
Yes.
And when we go to Walmart, we look at, okay, I'm not going to go and get a medium because I'll look like a sausage stuffed in a too little package.
Yeah.
Between you and me, I can't really stand when the puss is eating the shorts. You know, the one where they have so thick thighs and they have the shorty shorts on and it's just crimping up.
Yeah, your thighs kind of ate your crotchular area. Yeah, it's a look. And I don't know because I was never born with a thigh gap. So it just happens but ugh.
Yeah, it's Well, it's the camera takes away 10 pounds. No, not the moose knock. You know where you kind of like me, if you stuffed me in
it's
a
like a
size
reverse
medium.
wedgie, and it kind of it starts crawling up your front.
Hoo-ha. Well, you have it in the hoo-ha, but you also have it where the thighs are eating it because you also have thick
Yeah.
thighs. So you have like 3
So it kind
distinct.
of rolls up. Yeah, you have 3 areas of attack.
Yeah.
We could do a John Madden. I've seen them at my Walmart. The sun is out, and the women who think they're a size 4 are out.
And again, this is the hot sister, the OnlyFans model. I don't know if she does OnlyFans. It's allegedly. But if you have a little arunkadunk and you have some fupa as well, don't try to crawl into very tight shorts. It's okay. We love you anyway. Most of us likes a woman who doesn't rattle when she walks. But some of you ladies should remember that it's okay to be a little fluffy and dress like you're a fluffster.
Yeah. Embrace the curves. Keep the cellulite for your husband.
Yes. I'm going to show the video tomorrow if we have some downtime. Maybe I'll show it tonight if I can get out of bed. Mo, as always, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. This has
Jamie,
been an interesting case.
Yeah, and it's been easy, it's fast, and we have had so many twists and turns. It's not clearly she's innocent, clearly she's guilty. There's been so many things to yell about, and that's what you need sometimes. But I'm going to get out of here. Mo's going to get out of here. See you all later. And have a wonderful night. Day.